add on, completely agree with Kylie and with Andy, same thing. And I think if we expand back from it might not necessarily be a script, it could be a clinician's updated the active, medications a patient's taking, could be over the counter. Maybe it's paracetamol that's taken as required, something like that. So if that information is being included in this, request, maybe it's pulling active medications, for example, it's not likely there even would be repeats or a quantity in there. It's just listed as a medication. And so, agree that all the requirements for dispense and prescribe would probably more so fall into a downstream use case. And it would be quite challenging in some circumstances that aren't prescriptions but are still medications if those things were mandated.
I feel like Frankenstein here. My original response was based on the idea of this being able to be used to record a prescription elsewhere that was prescribed elsewhere and over the counter, etc. So that's why I originally said number of repeats allowed. However, now that we have a better understanding of obligations, I only have to provide that if known. So in the case of over the counter, reported elsewhere, I actually don't have to provide it if known. And I think there is still value in for that particular field to be must support for the use cases where it is known. If we know it because it is a prescribing scenario, then we should be sending it, I think.
I also think we have talked about don't error if you receive this, but I think when people think about this kind of information and we talk about an obligation, we'd have to be, I think, explicit that, and we talked about this in e-requesting, if you receive quantity, say that do we or do we not obligate the receiver to actually use that information if there is an implication of the reason why it was included. So I agree completely with Heath from a perspective of generating this. This is not equivalent to making something mandatory. It's simply saying if you have it, include it. But we also have to think about the reverse as well, which is what happens when someone gets one of these things, what do you do with it? And I don't think everyone would naturally kind of just go to don't error if you receive it, which kind of is the normal thing we talk about with the must support obligation with receipt.
Well, so I think on number of repeats allowed, I think it's, I don't know, from my perspective, it's probably an easy one to answer that question, Andy, because I think if it's a prescription type thing, then the person who's receiving it is going to act on it. If it's not, if it's just a list, people just ignore it, I guess, on receipt.
AECOR is not saying anything about that. We're just saying you've got to just be able to accept the resource that has one of these without failing. So it's pretty low bar. We're not saying that you have to even ignore it or do anything or reject it or anything. So it's pretty low bar.
I think the issue for me is that since it's really a part of the dispensing authorization definition. So I don't think it has a clinical meaning. It's really an authorization statement. So, and I think in some ways, the fact that you prescribe something has no indication on when that script was filled or dispensed to anyone, and so there's no real clinical assertion to be made from any of the number of repeats, because you can't really imply that the number of repeats implies actual usage or anything like that. So yeah, so my thing is it's actually misleading or not useful to kind of use it in that way. So to me, it really belongs entirely as an authorization element. Yeah.
So before we continue the same discussion.
No, I'm wanting to
No?
move on. Can I
Okay.
propose a way forward?
All right, please do. I was about to, but I'm very happy for you too, Heath.
Okay, can I leave my motion as it was? We vote on that if I get a seconder. And then if Brett wants to pursue a separate motion. So my motion stands. I move that we remove dispense request validity period and dispense request quantity obligation or must support obligations.
Separate.
That
All right,
it's not
so
my
that
motion.
is the motion, is to remove must support from validity period and quantity. Who would like to second that? Marvin would like to second that. Any further questions or comments before we move to vote? All right, so Kylie, kick that off, please. So we are now voting on whether to remove must support from validity period and quantity in AU Core R1. All right, we'll just hold for another 30 seconds just in case. Okay, let's call the vote there. That's overwhelming. So that motion is passed. That has 28 affirmative, 2 negative, 7 abstain. We'll be removing must support from those elements. I'll go back to sharing my screen and ask if we want to entertain any further motions on those elements. So what remains then is number of repeats allowed and also substitution allowed. Hang on, we've got Richard.
I'd like to move that we remove must support on number of repeats allowed and on its parent.
Okay, that's a motion. Would someone like to second that?
Can I just comment? I don't think substitution is not up for. I don't want to discuss substitution. I'm happy with the resolution that it was already going to be removed.
But with the item brought back to telecon, everything is on the table.
Okay, thanks.
So that's a motion for number of repeats allowed to have must support removed in AU Core R1. Who's happy to second that?
I would like to second that.
You're too slow. Ilya has gotten in.
Ilya has seconded.
That's right. So Ilya has seconded that. Are there any other comments or questions before we do have a comment or a question? So we'll just.
I just want to clarify that was also to remove it on the parent.
Yes, that is a given. If none of
That
the
was my
children have
request.
must support, yes. All right, so we are now about to vote on the removal of dispense request and its last child being number of repeats allowed.
Just a clarification for my own understanding. If we remove all the children, does it automatically mean that you remove the parent and must support as well? I thought that they're different.
The Richard's motion was to do both. In an academic question, I would suggest it does mean that, but we don't need to argue that out because it's moot.
So my understanding of the must support is if it's on the parent, then you have to support all of the children.
There are no such instances in AU Core and no rules about it. It does not exist. So we can't say what the rules are.
It would if we didn't remove it.
My original motion is to remove it on that solitary child and on its parent.
We still have got a few more people to vote. Okay, I'll just give it another 30 seconds and then we'll call the vote. All right, so we'll call that vote there. That motion is passed. 18 affirmative, 4 negative, 6 abstain. I will share my screen for the last possible 1, 2 question. If anyone wants to make a motion
Can
to
I
remove
move?
must support from, yes?
Can I move that we remove substitution in its children?
You can indeed move that. Does someone want to second it?
I would like to second that.
Okay, Brett got in first. Sorry, Kylin. Are there any other questions or comments about that? Ilya?
Yeah, not sure that I got the whole idea about the substitution. If we are talking about ETP, yeah, it makes sense, but I think substitutions is also makes sense in clinical workflow or not. So maybe somebody could clarify.
Thanks. You won't know whether it's been substituted from this data because it happens at the pharmacy, at the dispensing. So whether it's permitted or not, it won't be recorded that it's actually happened.
So my question to you then is that if you are a prescriber, you deem that the drug, the substitute won't be pharmacologically equivalent. So you want to flag that it has to, substitute is not allowed. So you think that doesn't need to be supported?
The point I was making was that in where this information is being used, you won't know if substitutions actually occurred or not. Even if you say no substitutions allowed or substitution is allowed, you won't know the outcome.
I think when you're doing a request, previously you're able to say that it's not allowed to substitute. And I think what Ilya is talking about is that's an ETP use case. Is there a separate, like over-the-counter, prescribed elsewhere scenarios where it is of clinical benefit? I think that was more your question, wasn't it, Ilya? Now, my question, am I wrong in saying that we're no longer allowed to say that you're not allowed to substitute? I thought there was a recent rule that you could not disallow substitution. Is it still an option?
At the prescriber level, I think it's discouraged to blanket no substitute, as in if that's what you want, you need to have a really good reason why that is. And then at a dispensing level, substitution can happen even between repeats. So if a script is dispensed at one pharmacy and one particular brand is given, a different brand could be given in another pharmacy, or even if the issue also with no substitution is the prescriber is not always aware of what brands are actually available. So there might need to be a specification, but it can't be a blanket thing, and it can't be something that a prescriber can just blanket tick in their software.
I think I'm a bit out of date, but I know that recently, like a couple of years ago, they made it that the default in the software needs to prescribe as generic, and only then if the clinician has a reason, then they have to go out of their way to actually prescribe the brand. So they can specify a brand if they really need to, and I think they do that. But I think when I was practicing as a pharmacist, like even though it is recorded on there's a checkbox they can tick about whether it's permitted or not. Sometimes it's done in afterwards with a little tick. Like it's not always recorded necessarily. So I guess back to Stephen's kind of question about, you know, if the clinician has deemed it not suitable, like for proper biological clinical reasons, that we shouldn't substitute it, and that does that information need to go to another, like does that information need to be transferred to anyone in other use cases outside of ETP? I don't know that it's consistently recorded or always recorded in the same way, current practice, because it does often happen afterwards. Like you get a little, they'll just write, like scribble it on or tick the little box that's there. That's how it has been in the past. And so I don't know if the clinicians think about that, like when they are recording that for a specific script and not just in general, like when they're on this medication, like they're on a particular anti-epileptic, and then I don't know that they respond what best on this brand. And even though they're being deemed by the TGA as, you know, equivalent, this is the one I want them to have. I don't know that they think about transferring that type of information.
Then first.
I was just going to say, from personal experience, it's absolutely critical to make sure that a product doesn't get substituted with something else when you've actually been found clinically to have reactions to other things, which the TGA have said are fine, but they're actually not. So how we do that from a data perspective, I don't know, but I would just argue for the case for us to have this available.
Okay, so hang on, just next, Chris,
So, yeah,
and Rachel.
Yeah, so I was kind of involved in the policy side of things from the AMA. So the policy is it's default generic, and the systems have to be generic. Then there's two processes when you're actually prescribing, because most of them will print only the generic name then, but then you have a choice of, number one, specifying a brand, right? And then you have to tick specify the brand, and then you have to press no brand substitution. Now, I would do that. I did that the other day because somebody had to have oxycodone for palliative care, but I needed them to break the tablet. But some of the brands are so small you can't break them, so you have to have a bigger tablet to be enough to be able to break into halves or quarters. You see, so I had to specify the brand. So I mean that really has to flow through both the fact that the brand name was specified and the fact that it was brand substitute not permitted and needs to continue on. So that's all I'd say from a clinical point of view. Well, that's a separate question, I think, because I think there is an issue, because there are other situations where I can tell you there are medications where I won't prescribe the generic because I've clearly seen a difference in the effect on patients. So, you know, like, and the question is that seriously? I think it is actually. I think it's important that the brand name flows through in those situations. So, but yeah, it's a harder question though, whether we can do it actually, because it adds serious complexity.
So just, I think it's not about the brand name flowing through, because that's a different thing, but it's the fact that you've ticked the box to say no substitution or substitution. Does that need to flow everywhere?
Well,
wherever it may go, because I think that's what what must support means.
True,
like everywhere.
including in historical. So it's not just for the primary prescribing use case, but I guess coming back and forming like prescription histories.
Can I just also briefly add, I was a product manager at Glaxo, welcome, and absolutely when a product goes from brand to generic, there is, can be, and any pharmacist in the room will back me up, that there is a difference in the modality to a patient, to different patients. It can be whether they're now in foil, and also the capsules, you know, whether they have sugar. There's lots of different reasons why you need to include the brand name.
Thanks.
And then you don't have to argue as well with the pharmacist.
And Rachel?
It's a good discussion, and most of what I wanted to comment on has already been covered, thanks. I just wanted to question, this is substitution that specifically references brand. Should there be some reference to the generic medicine or not? I'm just popping that on the table because this suggests that it's only about the brand. Does that need to be reworded? Is it more about the brand and or the medicine component?
Details of the element itself.
Just while Daniel's, my understanding of how this is used is that you have ticked the box or ticked off the box now because by default it is generic. And you now are prescribing the specific brand, and effectively this element in question, substitution allowed, is now a value of false in that particular case. So the normal would be not populated means true. Yeah, but the fact that it's missing, you would interpret it as brand substitution allowed.
Can I just give a bit of clarity there, because there is a difference between generic ingredient and generic brand. And when you're prescribing and or dispensing generically or prescribing generically, you're not prescribing a brand and you're not necessarily prescribing the generic brand. You're prescribing a generic ingredient and form and strength and everything. So there is a subtle difference between generic prescribing and generic brand prescribing.
Richard, your hand is up. Did you want to comment in response to that or on a different part?
In that area, in some countries, you are allowed, the pharmacist is permitted to substitute a similar and equivalent drug, and in other countries, the pharmacist is not allowed to substitute an equivalent drug. They're only allowed to substitute a different brand or different form. And so this being an international standard, this is written in a way which allows for countries where the pharmacist can substitute a different drug with appropriately equivalent behaviour. But from what I can gather, in Australia, that's not a permitted substitution. So at some stage, we'll have to work through the fact that this particular field is more relaxed than what I believe is allowed in Australia.
And just further to that, even though it's not regular practice in Australia, occasionally when there are shortages and the TGA warrants that, subtle drug substitutions can happen. So again, I'm not the technical expert here, so I don't know at what level that would need to happen, but you would certainly need to happen for that, for when there are drug shortage situations.
All right. Brett, just before you comment, so just what this does is it allows us to exchange whether or not you've ticked allow substitution in your system. It's a flag to do that, and it's about substitution from the drug that's different to what's prescribed. Now, Brett, I can see you're quite eager to add on to what I've just said. Please do so.
Yeah, I'm not sure it does, because I think we have brand substitution, which is a specific kind of substitution, and there's other kinds. So it's not, no.
I did, because that's the definition. We've not written that. That's the fire standard.
Yeah. So I'm saying that we would need to be more explicit, I think, if we were to indicate how to use it.
I know.
I think the other kinds of substitution is different to this. That other substitutions that pharmacists are allowed to do kind of sits outside of that and doesn't always require the doctor's, like, it's not written in the prescription. It's actually in certain circumstances we're able to do these things, or we call, like, so that's not necessarily part of the request. It's actually the framework that everything sits in. So the one, I think in Australia, the substitution flag really is about brand.
Yeah, I think there's the possibility of explicit coding to say it is explicitly brand substitution. Yeah.
So the motion that was on the table that we made a comment on was to remove must support in R1. We have had a good discussion on what would this even mean? What would we even need to do to actually support it? Which would be further work and keeping it in AU Core, or we say that this is part of a prescribing workflow and isn't to be in the AU Core definition of this at this time. So do we need to make amendments to the original motion? So the original motion, which we had some questions about what does this element really do, is to remove must support from substitution and allowed X. Are we happy to let that stand?
So are we talking about brand or generic substitution?
We're saying AU Core will be silent on it. We will remove substitution and commentary out of AU Core R1. Anything, all of the above.
There's been a lot of talk about prescribing in this conversation. Are we anticipating that this is the foundation for ETP version 2, and therefore from a government perspective, early kind of support to allow this to be that base foundation is something that we should be proactively working towards? There has been talk about an open API for ETP. If that's not, if it's not in our focus, then I think we've got to be quite careful about all of this prescribing obligation, because this is about recording a record, not to actually be broad enough to enact prescribing as an alternative pathway to the existing ETP infrastructure.
That's absolutely true. This does not address prescribing. You can't fulfill a prescribing workflow using this. There's going to be a downstream implementation guide. That's what ETP does, which will define what all those rules are and how the flags get used. Absolutely. Or we could just be quiet about it and let ETP define what all of those are and inherit anything that we need to back into AU Core. But this AU Core itself can't describe what ETP does.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling even more because of the negative, double negative almost on this, and how the default position around brand substitution, etc. So we would have to effectively say true in all cases by default. And anyway, I'm basically saying leave that to ETP because it's hurting my head today.
Yeah, I was going to agree with that and just say that we come back to the purpose of what we're doing. It's not to say that we're never going to include it. It's just for the R1, right? So if it's not absolutely necessary and we can't get clarity on what we mean by it, then its value is reduced, I think. Yeah.
All right. Any other comments or questions before we move to a vote? I thought we had a second. Did we not? Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah, Brett seconded. Okay. Okay. So the motion that was tabled was to remove must support from substitution and allowed in the AU Core R1. And that's motion from Heath, seconded from Brett. I think we're ready to go for a vote on that. All right, Kylene, do you want to show that now? Excellent. So we'll ask people to cast their votes. Okay. So we'll call that there. So that's 25 affirmative, 0 negative, 10 abstain. Thank you, everyone. So that ends this session and we can now all get some lunch, some well-earned lunch as we've gone through these details. We'll be coming back at 1:15 so we can get right into talking about gender identity and individual pronouns. Look forward to it. That's what we're doing straight after the break. Back at 1:15, everyone. Thanks all.
I'm just gonna steal your mic so we can charge it. That's all of them. Excellent.
Okay. Ooh, loud as anything. All right, we're going to restart. So I'll just ask those who are outside, if you can hear me, just make your way in. Test. Okay, so this session, the first part of this session, we are going to potentially look at revisiting a couple of decisions that we've made previously. Now, just before we do that, I want to frame the rules that we have around revisiting previous decisions. Oh, is it not shared? Oops. Oh, 1 second. That's a good point. Let's. I was just not sharing. Screen recording. Yep. Okay, let's try this. Okay, there we go. Okay. Typically, we don't try and revisit decisions because it does take up time, makes it hard to progress. And so there are rules around revisiting such decisions. So in order to revisit a decision, then what needs to happen is that a formal motion needs to be made to this group, and we will need to vote on that. And 66% of the group, 2/3, need to affirmatively agree to reopen the decision. All right. We also have to give advance notification that we're going to be doing this, which we have done in previous TDG sessions. So we're kind of good to go. So the two decisions that have been flagged and raised with revisiting are these two. So the first one is gender identity must support in AU Core, patient R1. So we have had a decision made in February, on the 8th of February, that we include must support for AU core patient. The motion was passed 32 for, 1 against, and 21 abstain. And also individual pronouns must support in AU core, release 1. Again, on the 8th of February, that again was approved. The motion was passed 26 for and 4 against, and 23 abstained. So those were the 2 decisions that we made, and as a group, we all agreed that they were good to go, and we passed those. All right, so there are 2 motions being put forward to the group, and I'll go through the 2 of them. The first one is remove must support on individual pronouns, raised by Heath. He says, although the TDG voted in favour of adding must support on patient individual pronouns, a later session did not proceed with the proposal to make sex assigned at birth a must support because of the implications for downstream implementation guides at AU or vendor level, and that was unknown. So he proposes that must support is now removed from the individual pronouns to align with the same concern. And a similar point for remove must support on gender identity, although the vote was in favour of must support on patient gender identity because of the fact that sex assigned at birth did not proceed. He's saying, well, maybe we should revisit this. So maybe those are the 2 things that are put forward to the group today. Maybe Heath, if you want to articulate why you are wanting to bring these 2 things forward and your reasons for pushing this forward as a discussion, and we'll have a discussion and then we'll go for a vote as to whether or not we do revisit them.
Thank you, Marvin. So keep in mind, this ballot response was obviously a few weeks ago, and we've had a number of sessions to determine in our next iteration of the ballot what must support actually means. So I think given that we have voted for the changes around must support and basically defining must support in terms of obligations, we now better understand what it does mean for downstream implementation guides and implementations. So that was my main concern when I raised it, was that it was still unknown. Now, I guess today we get the opportunity to say, okay, is it still something that we want to revisit or not? The other item that, if I can just share my screen very briefly, we do have a set of principles for whether something is included in AU core or not. And I don't think that we have been really leveraging those principles when assessing these must support decisions. Yes, that's what I want. So it says I'm sharing, but it's obviously not. Okay. So this is the set of principles that we have documented. And pretty much there are 6. And one is that it is a data element defined in AU CDI, or if we determine that there is some level of context associated with an AU CDI data concept or data group, whether it's represented by a terminology or technical specification or implementation guide, whether it's in current use in production systems now, whether it's in current exchange between several systems using available interoperability standards and whether the data element applies to most care settings or specialties. So they're the sort of the, I guess, guiding principles for inclusion in AU Core. So I guess I struggle. Yes, AU CDI has talked about gender identity, etc. It's not context, but that's probably trumped by the first one. Current standards. So yes, we've got a current standard. It is part of the HL7 FAR standard. Current use. I know there are some systems that are implementing some of these concepts out there in production. Are they currently exchanging is the one that I'm definitely concerned about. I don't think there will be too many that have implemented the actual exchange of that data. And does it apply to most care settings or specialties? I don't know how to argue that one. I suspect so. But so I guess there's a couple there that I'm a little bit questioning around. Probably the main one, which is current exchange. So there's the basic rationale. Thanks, Marvin.
So open up for discussion. Lisa?
Hi, yes. This is more of a question so that we can make an informed decision on that, is to understand the real world implications of having it included at this level or another level. What are those real world implications? What are those workflow implications, whether it's included here or differently? Is anyone able to speak to that?
I can, if you can go back to the PowerPoint, that next slide. Preemptively, I put this slide in here because I thought this might help for those that perhaps haven't been on the journey of what must support is. And so this is not what went to ballot. This is the resolution that we agreed on over the last week that passed last night. So as a responder, an element that is must support, if there is a value that is known for that element, it needs to be populated, correctly populated. The requirements around suppressed data for an element is not allowed to be shared. And if it's missing, that we basically either, depending on whether it's optional or mandatory, if it's optional, we just don't include it. If it's mandatory, then we have to say it's missing explicitly. From a requester perspective, it is simply that they are able to accept a resource with that extension without failing, without error. Okay, so that's why it's really important now for us to consider, now that we've got a better understanding of what must supports and the obligations on systems, what that actually means. Practically, one of the other concerns I had was I'm aware of one particular vendor who is in the process of implementing these things in the user interfaces. And I guess from an obligation perspective, if the data is known, then there's now an obligation for them to actually provide it through their FHIR API. But they may not have the same development roadmap for their API versus their functional user interface side of things. So there was potentially a gap in when they could actually deliver that change in their interoperability layer, their data exchange layer, compared to when they actually implemented it to start capturing the data. But this is starting to put an obligation on them to actually do it pretty much at that time. And I guess this is one of those, again, unknown situations. If a vendor had previously been compliant because they didn't know the value, but then they went and implemented it, are they now non-compliant? Or is there some sort of grace period? So again, there's a few unknowns in the future around this, and what does compliance even mean for those sorts of situations, and especially if the government comes along and says you must implement AU core, what does that do for your system that's potentially in production, in use around the country, etc. So I don't think there's answers there. There's just more questions.
Okay, I guess we kind of open that up to the floor for commentary and online as well. Michael.
I just wanted to say in this context, for these elements we're looking at now, the missing data, they're optional, is 0 to many elements. So in this case, if you didn't know it, you just wouldn't provide it. There's no obligation to put missing data or anything on it. You just don't provide it in this context.
Right, so obviously I was going to say something because I proposed that these be must support in the first place, but I'm not going to come with a technical argument here. I think the technicalities of this were well covered by Heath. I'm going to come with a human argument. The reason I proposed these was because we have a crisis in our community in relation to trans and LGBTIQ community. Misgendering specifically is a major issue. The impact of removing these as must support as a practical matter is going to mean that responders who've implemented AU Core, who may have the gender identity and pronouns for an individual, will be under no obligation to share that with downstream systems, and that could lead to misgendering and other problems. I don't see this as particularly onerous. In particular, if you have this data, why wouldn't you share it? So it's on that basis that I would oppose revisiting this decision.
Hi, Kathleen. I've recently left hospital land, so I'm in a different position now. But and as a health information manager, we looked at this from a national perspective with one of the larger private hospital organisations, and recently looked at putting gender in, putting pronouns in. Now, we used national media standards because we felt that if we had to report at some point, that would be the best way to do it. The biggest thing for us was finding somewhere to put it. So obviously we had a very old PAS system, a couple of them, and there's not necessarily the spot for it, but you can be creative at times and still find the spot and pull the data, et cetera, et cetera. I think it would be actually remiss of us not to do a must support if you have the data to share it, because in the clinical front line, if someone was to come in as male, identifiers, anything they want to identify in the gender capacity, we made changes so that that person could be addressed the way they were meant to be addressed. It didn't change their sex at birth or any of those sorts of things, but it meant that the actual consumer component, the patient interaction, that person was treated with respect and addressed in the way that they should be. So I think if we don't share it, we've missed an opportunity, and we're definitely in a world where we need to be at least embracing capturing the data and being able to share wherever possible.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes. Here, hi, Federica from New Zealand. Here we're debating the removal of the must support. So if it is not must support, then the field would be optional, right? So if the data is available, then it can be shared. With a must support, we are putting an obligation on the responder to really support that and expose it in all cases. Someone made a very good example earlier with a vendor that wouldn't be able, say in short times, or if it's not on the roadmap, to expose that. But if the field is there, the system is able to provide that, then that can be passed on. Am I correct?
So thanks for that clarification. I think the fields are optional at the moment and tagged as must support. So what that means is if you, as a responder, if you have the data, then you must provide it. But if you don't have the data, you don't have to do anything. It's not trying to make it mandatory.
Any other comments from the room or online? Nari?
Sorry, are we discussing both in this conversation, or are we just discussing must support gender identity first and then discussing individual pronouns second?
It has been grouped. I'm happy to take them as two separate items. So when we come to do the revisiting, the actual vote for revisit, we'll do the two separate things.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah.
Rachel?
Hi. Yeah, hi. Thanks, Marvin. Sorry if you covered this. I was a bit late back from lunch. Do we have information on the current capability of systems to capture this information? So if, as it stands at the moment, if the majority of the vendors don't have this capability now, how many of those vendors will have that capability when it is required? And what are the implications for vendors if they don't have the capability to consume this information?
I think this is one of the things that has helped in the clarification of must support and the obligations associated with it. The challenge is when you kind of fall between the cracks and you, depending how you define support. So for instance, if within some clinical notes, you added gender identity information in the clinical notes, then what does that mean in turning it into a structured form, given you, in theory, don't support it directly, but it's indirectly implied in the transaction because the data is entered because you have places where there is unstructured content. But I think in general, and I'm got a soft spot for Ruben's kind of go at this, that I think we are not in general prepared to do this at the moment in most cases, but I don't think that should have us shy away from the recognition of its value. And it actually fits really well within the whole obligation and must support process, because by not being ready, it still gives us the target that this is where we should be going. And I think it actually gives a really powerful message for AU Core. I'm much more contentious about things that you have a foot in each camp. And that's where the must supports one become much more contentious for me. This one, in some ways, I think is a lot easier because it is a much more of a cleaner slate to start with and gives us a way forward. So yeah, I'm in support of it.
Ruben first and then Stephen. Ruben first.
Well, I should thank Andy for having a soft spot for my position. Yeah, look, I guess I want to talk about the history of these kinds of data elements in health informatics. For decades now, we have been quite content to kick the can down the road with respect to separating gender identity from sex, and that could be sex at birth, sex for clinical use. Far and wide, it's true. Most systems have a single field which captures both. And that's a real problem right now, a problem which we're trying hard to try and address with standards like Gender Harmony and others, because it's causing harm. There's no two ways about it. Now, I wanted to come back to Rachel's point earlier on. Because of the way we've defined must support based on obligations right now, it actually makes it really good to set this as a target or an aspiration, if you will, because even systems that aren't regularly capturing this right now can still adopt AU Core. It simply means that they wouldn't populate that element. And similarly, downstream systems who may receive that, all they're obligated to do is for their software not to fail if they receive it. And these aren't complex mega gigabyte attachments. It's just two fields which are usually coded or can be free text. So I think there's a very clear on-ramp. And as Andy says, it sends a very powerful message here that AU Core is an inclusive standard and one which is trying to move our sector in the direction that it needs to. Okay, Stephen and then Rachel.
Let me qualify by what I'm going to say with a statement that this statement is nothing has nothing against what is being proposed here. I take issue with Andy's argument because he now put a very inconsistent position in this kind of discussion. So at one hand, I heard you previously argue that putting too much constraint is not going to be very good. We should leave those constraints to implementation guys. And now you are arguing that, oh, this is a nice thing to go and a nice thing to be supported. I have major problem with this kind of flip-flops.
All right, we won't let him respond just yet. We'll go to Rachel.
Thank you. I'm sitting on both sides of the fence here. I don't want anybody to think I've got a view one way or the other. I do think having these included sends a very consumer-centric inclusion. And I wish Harry was here and I could vote for Chucky Frog, but I'm stuck at home, so that's not going to work. I think it sends a very positive message to the community. And if I go back 15 years ago when we were first starting to do collabs and we had data collection for the first time and we were using information and trying to encourage practices to record things in the right place, I can think of practices back then who had a very large community who were really, really annoyed that there was only male-female in capability in their clinical systems. And in all that time, we really haven't moved on much further than that. So this would encourage us to go along that journey. I guess just one other thing for us to consider is what is the risk of including these if we haven't got the other values? Because in my mind, I'm kind of going, this is more the consumer self-pronounced data capability versus the other discussion that we had about the complexities of sex assigned at birth and gender that I think sits, in my view, more on the clinical and biological side as opposed to the human-centered side, which I think this is. So I guess that's something I think I would like to hear talked about so that we maybe get to a point where we can separate them and then this could maybe live on its own. Okay, so
First thing, do you want to respond to Steve and Andy, or should we just kind of let that? You can have that discussion afterwards and in private. Ruben.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I just wanted to bring back to the room actually what the effect of this is and get back to the people. I've been in a position of privacy officer and health information manager and worked at very large hospitals, including Mater in Brisbane, which is one of the largest maternity hospitals. And I know we're not talking about pregnancy and all the rest of it, but we've had men come in and have babies. And this is the thing that we need to understand. That is their gender, or they might be reassigned. But so I'll actually answer a bit of Rachel's as well. That person needs to be treated with dignity and treated as and addressed the way they should be. And honestly, when it happens, because we can't capture it, if we literally had to have almost an alert system across the hospital, which is ridiculous. And then we had another patient who came in and only wanted to be identified as this. And therefore, we had to go and tell the front receptionist for that area don't go on a break until that person comes, because we can't tell the next person, because there's all this privacy and confidentiality around all this as well. And you can't just be having a conversation, such and such is coming in. So how you address the person is really, really important, and how that person is treated in what they identify as and how they want to be addressed. So that's something that we actually started to do reasonably well. Now, sex at birth or sex, whichever way you want to call it, I'm not even going to get into the whole discussion on that, but you need to understand how important that is too. Not just from a pathology perspective, I looked after clinical coders. They can't code a male that's had a baby. You don't get paid. It comes back as an error. You must submit the sex at birth. You can't submit the gender for those sorts of things. So you just need to understand from a downstream and a reporting and an upstream and all those, they're both important for different reasons. So you can't have pathology and cardio tests and things on me if I'm male and have the same results because I want to be classed as male. So there's all those sorts of things, but we need to include the gender and the pronouns. And why wouldn't you share it? Because if you could share it, it means that person doesn't go through that same process all over and over again at every single facility they go to.
Yeah. And I think your comments around sex assigned at birth and so on, and the complexities around that, which is why we haven't solved that problem yet. But I think we did kind of go through these too. And just my personal, looking at the criteria that you listed, I think these two probably meet at least 5 of the 6, 4 or 5 of the 6. So I think it's very close. And the one that it didn't meet, i.e. futures, is is it being integrated at the moment is only because we're just starting to introduce it. So I think there is a lot to be gained from adding and adding them in, because I think it's going to be used. I know from my perspective, I know the medical director system has support for these two these capabilities. I think best practice has support for the 2 capabilities in their system as well. I know IEMR is having support for it as well. So I think there is growing support for it. Ruben.
Yeah.
And then Heath.
Firstly, to a couple of points for Rachel. These are absolutely separate to sex assigned at birth, or whatever other sex or biological sex values may be used in exchange. There are separate fields for those, and in fact, there's a mandatory field for one of those. So these are quite separate, and I agree. They both need to support. They all need to be supported. I also wanted, I was just one other point for Rachel. Just whilst these 2 elements may seem quite consumer focused, and they absolutely are, there is also a legal and anti-discrimination dimension to this. Many states, and in fact some federal legislation, actually forbids discrimination based on gender identity and views particular groups as protected. In Queensland, the state I'm from, this is a really important thing. Our Human Rights Act specifically allows consumers to require that their gender identity be respected. And this has become such an important issue that we are currently undergoing a project to introduce these fields into our 30-plus-year-old patient administration, the hospital-based corporate information system, better known as Hibiscus. That is happening as we speak. And similarly, it'll be supporting the IMR and our Enterprise Master Patient Index. So yeah, to your point, Marvin, these things are becoming more and more supported. And I think before long, it will be odd if they're not supported.
I must admit, I'm surprised you can still find a source code for Hibiscus.
It's out there.
Hey, sorry.
Thanks, Ruben, for giving that, because that was actually part of my question. And I guess where I was going to start was, I don't think there's anyone denying the social and clinical need for these. It's more about the technical implementation issues, in particular around those sorts of very old PAS systems that are still around the country, and what it might cost, not just the PAS, but all of the downstream systems that might actually be receiving these, although all they have to do is not error. So the way forward for me is, I'm not going to put a motion forward. If anyone else wants to, happy for that to happen. And yeah.
Okay, so it was Rachel was first, and then there was, who's the other person? Sanji. Rachel and then Sanji.
Thanks, Marvin. I just wanted to respond to Ruben, and sorry, I don't know the other lady's name, that I completely agree with you. And I asked a rhetorical question deliberately so we could have the conversation. But I appreciate both those points of view. Thanks very much.
Angie?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you now.
Yeah, sort of adding to Heath's point, I'm just probably more interested in the technical aspects because we already have, supposed to talking about an example, existing integration with a hospital system. They're using a FHIR APIs to create and update patients. Now, if we move to EU core and it becomes mass support, what impact does it have? Does it have an impact on them? Do they have to make changes or not? Because not everyone's in Spark. So how will this be, how do I say it?
So I think
shared, propagated.
Yeah, I think we've gone through this in that if you can support it in your systems, then sure, go ahead and do it. If you haven't got that capability in your system, then you're not obligated to.
No, but as a destination, suppose our product supports it. Must support means yes, we'll support it in our implementation. But what if the source system does not support it? What does it mean for them then?
It means that they, in essence, they don't fall over when they receive it.
Or they're not obliged to send it also.
They're not obliged to do anything specific with it. They just need to be able to consume the message with it in it. Okay, so I'm probably going to say, given that Heath doesn't potentially want to push the motion forward, does anybody else want to revisit it? Okay, so does anyone want to make a motion that we do not revisit it? So Danielle has put the motion that we do not revisit.
Seconded.
Ruben has seconded. Any discussion on that? Okay, let's make the vote. So, Carlin, do you want to? Okay, so this is that we will not be revisiting. Keep the votes coming. Okay, I think we're more or less done. So the proposal is has passed, motion's passed, so we will not be revisiting. We've got 27 affirmative, 2 negative, and 3 abstaining. Okay, thank you all. And listen, I think this has been actually good. I think it's nice to be able to exercise due process and to actually go through. So thanks for raising that, Heath, and demonstrate that we can actually talk about these things in a sensible manner and come to some decision. All right. So next, if you've been in the discussions around what we've been doing with must support, you've been through a number of information sessions around must support and what it really means and the obligation around that. So Heath is going to spend some time and just summarize and take us through what that is.
So Kylie, can you put up that Minty, please? Just trying to get a sense of who in the room and online has actually been going through the process with us, refining the meaning of must support and the use of obligations to do so.
Sorry, one thing before Heath comes back. This means we have completed all the ballot reconciliation. So we have gone through the whole 100 items. So that 200 items, 199. So well done. Thank you very much for all the effort that you've put in. Thank you all those who've commented, who've put questions. Big thanks to Heath. I think he's done the majority. But it's a good landmark. So I'm really pleased that we've kind of gotten through it. It's not the most exciting of things, but I think it's necessary. So thank you very much.
I would like to just extend on that and say a fantastic effort from the co-chairs. It is on their personal and company time. So thank you very much to them. And also Danielle and Brett, even though as members of Sparked team, there's a lot of hours beyond the call of duty gone into this process over the last, I don't know how many weeks, was it 5, 6 weeks or something or other? Or probably 6 or 9 months actually, but so this is a major step forward for us, obviously, in Australia. So that's great. And anyone else that I've forgotten, I guess. Okay, so what was the outcome of that? 20 to 10. So we've got about a third of us. This is going to be new to you. So a little bit of context. Again, it's actually interesting to come out of that conversation into this one because this is really, it was actually the sex at birth conversation that we, so have I sex assigned at birth, that really stimulated this piece of work that we needed to better understand as a collaborative group what it is that we're talking about when we say must support. And we really it started to get to the point where we didn't know what the implications were going to be on implementations, vendors, and even downstream IGs, including those such as e-requesting that are based off of AU Core. And so we started Conformance Fridays, as they were dubbed, and it was just a fantastic way to spend your Friday. Was it mornings or afternoons? It was somewhere around lunchtime for me in Adelaide anyway. And somehow I ended up running the last 3 or 4 sessions of it, being the troublemaker of the group. And so we tried, well, for me, it was more about my evolution on trying to understand this to some extent. I've got to share on Teams, is that right?
Nope, unable to see anything, Heath.
Yeah, because I'm not sharing yet. There's a couple of slides there that you really wanted to go through, or you're happy for me to jump into what I'm doing? Yeah, okay. So a little bit of background here. This is straight, well, not straight, paraphrase from the FIRE specification. So what is must support? So labeling an element of must support means that the implementations that produce or consume resources shall provide support for the element in some meaningful way. So reading that, what does that mean? Then it goes on and says, when a profile contains an element labeled as must support, it shall also make clear exactly what kind of support is required. And there's a couple of ways we can do that. And in the ballot that we just went through is the way that we did it, which was by providing a narrative description of the obligations associated with the element. And we did that on our conformance page or our general guidance page around conformance as part of our implementation guide that's published. But there's a second one, or in the narrative on the specific element in the profile. So that was, so we can have one general one. We had a general one. We didn't have any specific ones on any particular element. We now have this mechanism called the obligation extension. So this is the other option that we have to provide detailed expectations about the element using the obligation extension. And this is on a per element basis that we put these extensions. So an obligation extension, so If an element is labelled as must support, the element can then specify the obligations associated with it, used by providing one or more obligations using the obligation extension. So basically what you need to do first is specify it as must support, and then you can actually add meaning to that must support or the actual obligations associated with that must support by adding these extensions. And you'll notice it says one or more. And it's one or more because of the various actors that you may be playing. So we've been using terms AU core requester, AU core responder. There are actors. In AU core, the FHIR specification goes on further and actually starts to talk about the actors in the context of obligations. They have a very abstract or logical representation of these. One that is from being a resource producer and a resource consumer. They're using this because they're not assuming any particular interaction pattern, such as client server, etc. It could be a document, it could be a message, it could be a REST API. So the obligation extension has a code associated with that extension as a value, and it defines a set of these. And I didn't get to update this, I'm sorry, Andrew. But there is one here that we're using, which is populate if known. And there's the description there, which is to correctly populate the element if they know a value for the element. And it is acceptable if the system is unable to ever know a value. Then that's pretty hard to, right? But this was thrown in at our request at the last minute. All right, so we'll forgive them for the language being used there. But I think the notes on the right makes it a little bit clearer. That it's not imposing to be able to know a value, unlike populate and unable to populate. So we're referring to some others that I'll go into in a bit, but knowing an element means that a value for the element is available in memory, blah, 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 blah. All right, so basically this is a fundamental concept that we've been using in our language today and over the last couple of weeks. There is another one called able to populate. And this is the one that we were struggling with and US Core is currently using. And the experience from those that have been going through this process in the US, this is very, very problematic, for lack of a better word, because of this requirement here. Needs to demonstrate during some conformance testing process that there are some condition under which it populates the element with a correct value. So the interpretation of that was that the vendors had to demonstrate their capability to provide a value even if they didn't have that concept in their system. Hence why we asked for the first one to be included into the FHIR specification. There's a couple others here, and there's one that's probably quite important that I've left off, but we can come back to that later. So these, again, from a resource producer perspective, there's some bits here. These are just examples. So it needs to go into the narrative as in the resource.txt. That the system needs to support some sort of user input, or it needs to be able to persist that data. So again, we're talking about the producer of the data. On the consumer side, we've got our favorite no error, or more friendly, not error if present. So that it basically accepts resources containing any valid value for the element without an error. All right, so pretty low bar. And again, the notes there give it a little bit further context. Some other examples that we've got is you can ignore it. You can reject if it's invalid. You can persist it. You can handle it, but not necessarily or correctly handle it. but handle doesn't necessarily tell you exactly what that means. So then there are specializations around things like displaying it, printing it, etc. So what this has really given us is now a language for us to use when we're talking about must support and obligations, in particular in the context of a consumer or a producer. So in AU Core, we've got the concept of profile only. So it's in AU Core, it's defined as a system that can declare profile only support to one or more AU Core profiles when it represents digital information using AU Core profile without expectation of implementing any AU Core interactions. So you can say I am AU Core compliant to the patient resource, and that's profile only. You don't need to say you support an API. You could be using it for the purposes of a message. You could be using it for the purposes of, you could be using it for the purposes of a file being dropped onto a USB stick. Right.
Means you could also use it in a downstream IG as another way to use it.
Yeah, that's actually important. I hadn't thought about it that way before. A system is not required to declare profile only support to all the AU Core profiles, right? So you can just basically pick and choose which profiles you say that you're actually AU Core profile only support for. So we've got some narrative in this new updated specification that we voted on over the last week, which now looks like this. So it's a system that declares conformance as a profile only support, as shall correctly populate a resource with all mandatory elements specified in the profile's definition, and shall correctly populate a resource with all must support elements if a value is known for the element. So you can see now we're literally defining our narratives in the language that we have been inherited from the FAR specification. Andy.
How does this work with known but unavailable?
Let me get there. But that's interaction only, but we'll get there. Okay, so what else have I got here? Shall profile only must support narrative. Shall implement the requirements on missing data, right? This is the one you were talking about, missing data. Or did I misinterpret your question? Are you talking more about not allowed?
That was suppressed, was probably security constraints.
So in my opinion, profile only doesn't have the idea of suppressed because there's no interaction. It's only whether it's missing or not. Maybe that's not true, and maybe that's a gap, but that wasn't there in the previous definition. It's just been reworded. Right.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to have suppression if you don't know, if you
Who
have
the
no
user is.
exchange.
There's no, that was my rationale. There's no permissions, there's no context, there's no allowed to share principles associated with that. That's how I rationalized it anyway. Okay, so as I said, we've got AU Core actors. Now these are actually new in what we balloted, or if we put them in this iteration? No, they weren't in the ballot, were they? So we've actually got new resources in the 0.4.0 draft for the resources called AU actors, and which now define the concept of AU core requester formally. And it's defined as a system responsible for initiating queries for information from an AU core responder. And then we've got an AU core responder actor, which is for providing responses to queries submitted by an AU requester. So they're a pair of actors in the system formally defined. So when we go to profile plus interaction support in AU core, we leverage those actors in our definitions around this. So the first statement is that a system can declare that they represent digital health information using an AU core patient and at least one other AU core profile. Right, so you at least have to define patient and then another one, otherwise you're not AU core compliant. Or you're not complying with profile and interaction support compliant. You would be profile only compliant, but you're not profile plus interaction support compliant. Implementing that so the next statement is that you actually implement the REST API interactions defined by the applicable AU core capability statement for the supported AU core profiles, as in the ones that you support, not all of them. Again, you don't need to support all of them. It's as long as you support one other and patient. And those capability statements are corresponding with those actors. So an actor has a corresponding capability statement. So AU core requester actor has a AU core requester capability statement. And that's literally an element of this actor resource to say this is the capability statement for you if you're playing that actor. So again, we've now got, yep.
Can you relate this back? You introduced the concept of a resource requester and a resource producer. And can you relate this second universe of actors to the prior universe of actors? And my second question is, you've bound this to what, and maybe I'm misinterpreting the first bullet point, that interaction must always include patients, and therefore if I've got a AU core, I build a system based on AU core, it's actually about information that doesn't involve a patient, then we're saying none of that has anything to do with AU core compliance.
Exactly. So take PD2 as an example, or the PD3. It's not AU core.
Why?
Because it doesn't have a patient.
Well, I know that by definition. However, why is that the definition?
But as Brett said, they're inheriting profile only and then adding your own actors in the context of a provider directory. So provider directory will define a set of actors and will have a set of capability statements associated with those actors. So going back to your first question, the requester, what is the requester doing? It's actually a consumer of resources as AU core is defined currently, because it is literally a read-only scenario. We're requesting and querying data, and a responder is a producer of that data. We're not talking about creating, updating, or anything like that. We're just talking about the querying and read interactions. And in those cases, this is a type of consumer. This is a type of requester, but we are not using those terms because those are logical or more abstract, and they will be different when you start potentially having a system that is a requester, but also potentially someone who is creating resources as well. Sorry. Is it? Ooh, exciting.
That we can say anything about the creation of content?
Not yet.
So we are likely to have a new actor for the purposes of creating and updating data. And it will have another capability statement. And your system may be both a requester and another actor, whatever we call that, in the future. So you're playing two actors.
Where does a facade fit in this?
So the facade in AU core terms is a responder.
But it's creating data.
It's a responder to searches.
But maybe.
Well, not necessarily.
It's a producer. A facade is a producer taking data from a database and it's producing via content.
So we're then differentiating the conformance/compliance of a facade versus a full server?
No.
The facade is only for your system and your logical model of how you're interacting with your own database. That's not, I don't care if I'm talking to Brett's system, if he is using a facade in front of his database or if he's a Fire native database. He exposes those APIs with those capabilities to me. That's a logical implementation model for your own system.
Yeah, we only have an actor really to support the search and read aspect, right, at that role. If you start to want to use your facade to consume resources, there's going to be another actor. Yeah.
Sorry, Nairi?
I was just going to comment off, I think it's that Andy's comment before, that there are many systems that don't have patient as part of them.
So you're not AU core profile plus interaction compliant. You may be profile only.
Yep.
You specify which
profile compliant. Profile.
You can say that you are
only.
profile only for a practitioner or for an organization, or I don't know what your use cases might be, but they're the obvious ones for me.
I would really consider raising a ballot issue in August on that matter.
Yeah.
I look forward to it.
And the other comment is, I think, are we creating like a noodle soup, really, by having more requesters and actors as defined independently by?
We think our initial, very brief thinking around this is that there is one more actor.
I think there's two more actors.
Okay, my thinking is that there's one more.
Okay.
Oh, because I think there's a client producer, which just is a client that is now connected to your system and needs to provide conformant resources to another system. And also a receiver of those. So it needs to support the right.
What do you mean by conformance resources?
Oh, no, but it needs to be the profile needs to be met.
Anyway.
Because there's one side which is the producer and one side which is the consumer.
I think we'll discuss that a little bit more further on.
Because to a certain degree, the conversation we're having now about what else needs to happen, that's why we're presenting this. We're going, there's been some work and improvements that's just come out of the ballot for comment. Here's the current state of that. Where else do we need to go, and how much of that can we fit in from an R1 perspective? So from a set of capabilities or things you might want to do to support interoperability, the things that got prioritised in working out first in AU Core was data access, basically. What can I ask for things? Can I get patient's allergies. So it's largely focused around AUCDI, core of the core. Can I ask for allergies? Can I ask for medication information? And to have some system obligations defining what you get back. And that only does part of interoperability, which we're really identifying here, that there's more things to be done. And I think those are some of the next things we need to focus on.
I certainly agree that that is one. However, I guess I'm just thinking with e-requesting is a active piece of work. It does not exist as a read-only environment, that it is a producer and a consumer of fire resources. And I think both of them have to go hand in hand walking forward. I don't think it's useful to put all our eggs in starting off in the consumer only. That I don't think that is if we take the one example of something with the concrete fire outcome, it's e-requesting. There is no other use case in action at the moment. That is it. So I think making sure that AU Core builds towards that as a priority is actually incredibly important. Otherwise, we will have to back ourselves into AU base.
I guess the thing I want to do there is AU Core shouldn't be telling you what the system obligations are for places or fillers or e-requesting repositories. E-requesting needs to define those. AU Core shouldn't be. I don't expect you to have these obligations, and they'll be different. They'll absolutely be different, and we'll have for each of our system actors sets of obligations defined.
Well, no, we're absolutely going to build obligations, but not just obligations for consumers, but obligations for producers as well. But all this, I think it's missing the focus on the duality of a complete system actually becoming concrete and working. And that is at the moment, and I obviously have a jaded view of this, but is certainly requesting is the one and the key focus at the moment.
I guess I just remain confused on why you want AU Core to solve or to work on the e-requesting use case. I guess that's what I'm hearing, but looking at your face, that's not what you were trying to say.
These are really quite tightly constrained for a very specific reason, and you get to define your own within your constraints. And you might have 3 or 4 different actors involved in yours.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate what Heath said, is that in e-requesting, we'll have our own actors that are different to AU Core, and we will define the obligations on each of those actors. We won't use these actors in e-requesting.
Well,
sorry, we may.
A system may implement your e-requesting ones as well as these.
AU Core is a foundation for a whole bunch of uses. And I think that we are not looking in e-requesting to create a parallel universe. These things have to be coherent. And I don't think if we're developing an AU Core IG, which is actually a parallel universe, and therefore you could build another e-requesting kind of approach using AU Core interactions as opposed to e-requesting interactions. I think this is kind of as we populate others, I think we're going to end up with an absolute mess if we do that. The AU Core should be a foundation. I mean, otherwise, do we build our work off AU base and go, well, that's a very interesting AU Core work over there, but we're actually creating our own universe?
But again, as Brett pointed out, you're inheriting AU Core profile only. You're choosing which profiles from AU Core you want, and you have to satisfy these requirements, but you're not having to satisfy the REST API requirements.
I think the other thing to look at too is you guys can, in e-requesting, come up with the next thing that can be folded back down to core, to base, right? Core builds on base. So anything that we identify as needing in core that we look at and say, you know what, that should actually go in base. That same method can be applied for e-requesting down to core. Core can't right now get every single interaction and every single actor defined. We have to pick something to start with and expand from there. The focus or use case has been access to the data and then supporting e-requesting. Now, e-requesting is going to be ahead of core in terms of having actors that need to produce and create resources and share it in that manner. That's kind of pioneering that use case. Take the lessons learned there, say, hey, we need this XYZ out of core, please fold this back down to core.
And if I get to the next couple of slides, there is the ability for you to constrain those further within e-requesting and actually say, well, actually this encounter element of some type is more than just no error. You need to be able to handle or persist or whatever you choose, you know, reject on invalid. So you start to constrain those. Yes, you would. But you've got total control.
Or profile sets obligations that need to be unwound because of the requesting use. That direction doesn't work so well.
Well, that's why we've been having this discussion all day, isn't it? So why we've been taking out must support for the last 3 months. Okay, any more questions? No one online? I can move on. Okay, so I think you've pretty much seen this one already earlier today. So AU core responder, there is this aspect of us supporting if known. Here is your suppressed data, if not allowed to share. Okay, so there is another section about suppressed data and what you should do, and I'll go into that a bit later. And if there is missing data, then what you do about that. And again, it's dependent on whether it is an optional or a mandatory element. From a requester perspective, you must or shall accept the resources without error. And in particular, this is the one that deals with these scenarios here. Not only if there is a normal value, but you need to be able to support these missing data and suppressed data scenarios as well, however that is supported for that particular element as described in these other sections around missing. So we'll dive into that a little bit more in the next few slides. So this is our new narrative in 0.4.0 CI. CI being continuous build. And as I had earlier as well, again, to the point I was making, Andy, how your system or IG processes the resources depends on your local requirements. That could align with the obligation terms such as reject, invalid, correctly handle, persist, display, or ignore. So you as a vendor or you as an IG developer can now override those obligations that we've got a pretty low bar and actually say, okay, in this particular case, we actually want to be able to handle it. I'm not going to tell you how we're going to handle it. It's just that we are going to handle it. We're not going to ignore it. You could actually say, I'm going to ignore it because I can't handle it. Or I'm going to persist it, or I might even display it. There is actually, I've got reject invalid, but there is actually, reject invalid. There is actually reject, or I can't remember off the top of my head, but there is one where you actually have to accept invalid, I think is the term, which is a bit scary, but I haven't put that as an example.
Michael.
Just to clarify that, maybe just go back, that if a downstream IG is going to change the obligation, it's no longer an AU core requester or responder for that obligation. It's a new actor, because you can't have the obligation different for the same actor.
I mean, yes, theoretically in fire structures, I think you can profile like we can profile fire resources and make something more specific like we have. You can choose to, if you think that an actor and the associated like capability statements and obligations is something that you want to profile and go further, I think you can.
You need it.
Yep.
So,
no worries.
I mean, you will have your own actors, right? So you won't be AU core responder. You will be a AU e-requesting filler. But you may, as part of your capability statement for that actor, you might refer to an AU core profile, right? And you just inherit those. Or you create your own e-requesting profile that constrains those obligations further. It does nothing else other than changing the obligation for your actor. In fact, I think you're probably going to redefine almost every element.
Yeah, to me, if you reuse the profile, but you've got a different actor, you have to do a new obligation because it's against a new actor.
Probably.
So Brett and then Andy.
Yeah, I think it's good to think of these sets of obligations more as a contract, between, and essentially you can overlay contracts. If the contracts are compatible, the obligations are compatible, then they're completely overlayable. And you can extend obligations on an existing contract, if you want to do that as well. But so I think it's going to take some exploration how it pans out with downstream IGs. But I get Andy's point a lot in terms of, if I had AU core capability, why wouldn't I just use that? And I think that's the bit I think needs looking at, and like maybe there's a way we can deal with that in a process to say, oh well, what you really want to do in e-requesting is request AU core now, change their obligations in some way, so they effectively become AU core issues as part of your business.
Well, and also I don't think these obligations are not independent, and there are ones where you have a subset or a superset of an obligation, of another obligation. There are ones that are parallel. So I don't think there's a black and I don't think you can make a statement to say just because you have possibly constrained the obligation, you're still 100% in line with a parent obligation, and therefore you should be completely compatible with stating that you meet the obligation of all of the upstream constraints. There are other ones which actually are a parallel issue, and that you can't say anything about that. So I don't think it's that simple. And I think that, obviously that there is going to be needs that e-requesting are going to overlay in this, but there's also, I think, a lot of the AU core work will hopefully be harnessed. And, the ideal thing is we create, it's one of those things you create is as little as you need to create the enhancement. We want to make sure that there is consistency as much as possible up the line. And that's why that general direction on both producing and consuming resources is a bottom-up, top-down meeting point, that there is guidance, I think, in both of those directions, such that we end up in something that is not, and now here's something completely different kind of thing over here.
Yeah, because I guess lack of harmony is work for somebody. Because you now start to say, oh, when I do e-requesting, I do this. When I do AU core, I do something else. And that's really a problem.
Okay, so I think that's something that the two groups will have to work together on to get to a position on. I will just say that we've got just 10 minutes or so. So Heath's got quite a few more things to get through. So do you want to run through those?
Okay, so basically, when a must support element requires more tightly stated obligations, this obligation is specified in the core responder or requester extensions. but probably that's, again, this is something that Ruben has sort of pushed back a bit on, and existing wording, we probably need to work through this a bit more. Whether it is actually these actors that we're talking about in this paragraph, we need to work through that depending on our particular cases. But even for AU core, we might start considering tightening up some of the obligations on certain elements. And I think I've been talking to Andrew around this, some of the examples of that might be our mandatory elements, where we might actually say you shall be capable of providing, not just if known, you shall demonstrate that you are capable of providing that information, because it doesn't make sense to have a condition without a code, all right? So you need to be capable of that potentially. So what does this look like? So we have a branch at the moment. I believe we're waiting for last night to merge this back in. And yeah, so this is an example of what the IG will, or a profile of procedure will look like with obligation extensions in it. So each element will specify the actor and what the obligation is. We're talking about alternative renderings of this, so to make it a little bit more human readable, but that's work in progress. The point really being is that this is computable, and there is potentially things that we can do with this information that's actually in the capability statement resource to generate stuff. So to give you some context around what that generating stuff might look like, is if you've actually seen some of the work that we've been doing at Sparked around the Inferno test suites, that's those test suites are actually generated from the capability statements. The other use cases we've been hearing about is potentially comparing obligations between different IGs. So we could actually potentially get a report about what are the differences between AU core and a e-requesting IG, for example, or between vendors, etc. Oh, that didn't work out very well. What happened to my slides?
Everything in the circle.
It worked perfectly last night at 3 in the morning. What the? Can you see that on the left-hand side and not over here? What the? This is from the desktop. Yours is fine? Yeah. And then I would really be productive. I've got it working now, I think. Shall I rescreen? So yeah, it's definitely Microsoft went crazy there. I shouldn't say that, should I? Okay, so putting this into context, lots of theory into context. A lot of you would have seen this already. But for primitive elements, so for primitive elements such as status, we've got responder shall correctly populate the element, blah, blah, blah. All right. On the requester side, shall accept the resource without error with any valid value. So I guess in this context, what we're talking about is these are the valid values that we're allowed. If there's anything else, it's not valid, right? So they're quite happy to reject or not accept a resource when that's invalid. Now, Andy, I'm not going to entertain a question about that. Okay, so for a more complex scenario, such as annotation, cut off, there's a little bit down here. So my text element, here we go, there we go. So responder shall correctly populate the element with at least one of the sub-elements. So as an example, text, I can populate that. But actually, well, it's mandatory, so I have to do that one in this particular case. But I could also, if that wasn't mandatory, I could provide any one of those three elements. But no, it's all right. It's all right. So from a requester, though, they need to be able to accept without error any of the sub-elements. There's no choice in that matter. Right? They have to be able to accept. They don't have to handle it. They just have to accept without error. Another example is reference as a complex one as well. So in this particular case, they are all optional, which means that a responder can provide an identifier or a reference, but the requester has to be able to support either an identifier, a reference, or both, or any four of them. You know, even a display, they have to handle if we just provided a display element, sub-element. So note. Well, we got rid of note, so it's not a good example anymore, but what are we talking about here? Must support obligations optional. So in the case of missing data, okay, so there is additional sections around this, shall not populate the element in the resource when a value is not known when it's optional. So we just don't populate it. In fact, you shall not populate it. And there's really nothing special from the requester's side. They just, as long as they don't error if one's missing. Richard?
Found the mute. Okay. If I've got a must support, I'll take it as a elementary example. So if I've got there's a must support on status code. That's a bad one because it's got a required binding. Well, let's present it doesn't have a required binding. So if I've got a must support on status code, then I've got to supply a value if I can. How do extensions play into that? So if I can put it into, I mean, that's a bad one because it's got a required binding. But the thing being, extensions can come in there. So I could send you validly a status with no value, but just with an extension.
Just give me two more slides, Richard.
Fine, good. As long as you're considering it. It's just I hadn't noticed anything about it. If you're
two
working
more slides
on it,
in 3 minutes I've got.
No worries, thank you.
Okay, so we've got missing data for a mandatory element. And so in this particular case, we have to provide a unknown, sorry, so an unknown concept. So we've got an unknown against this one. So that's, if we have missing data in this particular case, we just provide an unknown value because it's mandatory. So we have to provide something, otherwise it's invalid. So if we take code, this one is required, as is the scenario that Richard was talking about. And here we actually have to, if the required binding has a concept of unknown, then we use that. All right, that's our first option. If there is an unknown value in the value set that is required, otherwise we use the extension. Does that answer your question, Richard?
Hang on, I've got to unmute again. Sort of. So we'll let it go. Okay.
Yep. So if the first option is if the binding, the value set that you've got a required binding to has a concept of unknown, use it. Otherwise, use not the extension. It's actually there is no extension in this particular case. We're just using the code system, unknowed from the data absent reason code system. All right, so no extension. We're just coding it with unknown from that code system. So the next scenario is when it's mandatory and it's not coded. All right, so it's non-coded data. Subject as an example, it's mandatory. All right, now we have to use the extension on that element. However, there is some cases when the data type requires a element. So there are some constraints that may not be mandatory, but there is a constraint that says you must provide either a reference or an identifier within a reference data type, and you actually have to provide one of those, otherwise it's invalid, and hence you can't use the extension. So you can only use the extension if there is no constraint or a mandatory cardinality on the sub-elements. So take the annotation example of note, it had a mandatory text, you had to populate the text in that particular case. Right. So there's a few examples like that. So it gets a bit tricky. I think that's, can I just do suppressed? All right, so suppressed data, because Andy brought this up, when we've got data that's hidden due to security and privacy reasons, the element is optional. We just, again, shall not populate the element. All right, so we're not saying it's missing. We just don't populate it. Sorry, well, that's what we say. And if it's mandatory, then we shall correctly populate the element. But when our requester is not allowed to know that we've suppressed the data, then we say it's unknown. Okay. But if they are allowed to know that it's suppressed, then we use the code of masked. So again, basic security principles around even just letting them know that something, you're not allowed to see something, but something exists, that's a breach potentially of security or privacy. All right, so that's what we're supporting here is that if you're not allowed to know that something is masked, then it's just like it was missing. All right, it's just missing data.
But isn't that pose a safety risk that
completely different conversation?
It is. That I mean, clinically, if there's something that's there that I want to ask the patient that the data is being suppressed, that it gives me a trigger to ask the patient.
But that's
so I would imagine that would have been masked then.
So if you don't have enough privilege to be able to know that something is masked, then it's like it didn't exist, and that is security and privacy trumps all, basically.
Models though, like where data is shared for the purpose of clinical use.
Yeah, but I think what Heath is describing are two different scenarios, and I think the scenario that most people are talking about here is the masked one, and often you would have a mask, and you may click on a break glass, and then you can see that
that's
information.
Exactly right.
So that's that second case, but I think he's talking about also the first scenario.
I just think this is bound in a whole bunch of policy and privilege discussion, and really it depends, your scenario. So you might say, my scenario, it's clinically unsafe to do this, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to tell you that, right? And it's so I think it's more that these are some tools if you are in that scenario.
Well,
there's questions I think about repeating elements and masking and things like that as well, because you might have access to, say, one code but not another code in a set, or one entry or not another entry, right? And so there's lots of different ways this could play out, I think, in actual implementation.
And just before I go to you, Nari, it really comes down to, I guess, your local policies around the security and stuff like that. And it is like, if we're talking about administrative staff, for example, that's where it's probably more trying to protect them or against them rather than clinicians. But so your point, completely understand where you're coming from, Stephen.
So just to clarify that the term masked needs to be defined by the individual vendor or organisation in their policy and procedure. Is that what we're saying? Because of, like, for me, that needs to be clarified, because that could be masked now, but it might not be masked. And then the management of that downstream will then need to be unpacked.
Yeah.
Depending on the patient's
So within
situation and circumstance or consent model.
Within the context of this request and you getting a response,
Yep.
that whatever.
But it could be historical, right?
Sure, but it's within the context of this request that you're currently making. All right. So the server or the responder has made a decision whether you have access to this data at your privilege level. And if you're allowed to know that the data is masked, but not able to actually access it, as you say, if break the glass, do the request again, then you get the data. Or potentially.
But that absolutely comes back to Brett's comment before about policy and having that masked definition being absolutely clear at that organisational or
at the organisation, the
level.
implementation level, and AU Core is not going to tell you how to do your
That's
business.
exactly right. That's something separate.
It's just, here are the rules. When it's allowed, then you use the code mask. When it's not allowed, you use the code not known.
I think it's also helpful that in every resource there's a metadata field where it's possible to indicate whether you've got the full record or a subsetted record. So if you've got masked information, it's actually like, and this all depends on your policies as well. You might indicate that you're getting a subsetted resource. So that way, you haven't got everything, if you're allowed to know that, right? There's still questions about policy there, but that kind of gives you the chance then to go, there is more to know. So there might be ability to go and get the full resource somehow, right? Yeah.
I'm assuming you'll have access to the slides. There are a few more slides if you want to go through them, but that was the majority of that session, and it was really about where do we go next, but we'll have that later.
Thank you very much. So we have come to afternoon tea. It's outside. Afterwards, we will go through what stuff are we going to do next?
They're going to be going through what's next, basically, wrapping up the day. What are the next steps in ballot? What are we going to take through to an AU Core R1?
Thank you very much. Back at 3:15. So you have a slightly shorter, you've got 20 minutes to go and get some food, have a drink, use the bathroom. Those online will be back again at 3:15 Sydney time.
Okay, everyone, we're coming back online now. We're going to finish a bit earlier today because we moved through our ballot reconciliation items, which is great. We weren't sure we'd get through them, and we did. So we went and did the walkthrough then of what must support an obligation looks like now, which prompted some really good discussions. So I'm very much expecting some of you to be raising change requests so we can start going through that in prep for the August ballot. That would be fantastic. And what we're going to run through now is talk about what happens next. And some of that, if you want to start sharing, you can't, Brett, there's technical difficulties. Oh, hang on. Let me make some changes so that you can share your screen, Brett.
Wow. How about now? Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can
No.
hear now.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Awesome. Thank you. It always helps to unmute. All right. So yes, fire maturity model. So I'll just show a piece out of the fire spec. So this is in fact our AU base maturity models, which I think is still the same for AU core. Yeah. So yeah, this is effectively our localized version of an international system for essentially maturity assessment for profiles. So initially it was used to assess the maturity level of fire resource definitions. So this is the basis of how the fire resources were sort of matured. And right now, if you look in the fire specification, each resource has a maturity level against it. And they're at various levels inside the fire spec right now. So some things are a lot more mature than others. And essentially, there's a set of criteria they use to decide what level you're at, ranging from draft, i.e. I managed to publish it, right through to sort of a normative level, which means now it has the full effect of being a standard and has some backwards compatibility rules and process rules around it. But as we go through our development of AU Core, we have to assess the profiles, what level we're at, and that has some rules attached to it. And so this presentation is really just to look at the level we are at right now and to try and assess how we would proceed. Oh, let me try and go full screen. I don't know. That'll do. So, so the level we're at now, I think it's pretty clear we've passed the draft level because we have managed to publish a spec and have it go out to comment, right? So I think we're pretty happy that we managed to publish some profiles at all. So just looking at the first level, FMM1, it's just got the definition up there. So this is really, FMM1 is really just a quality indicator to say that what we are publishing is passing passing in sense that the work group has agreed to the content. So we think it's complete as far as we're going in our scope and is ready and able to be implemented. And we have passed some of the basic publishing quality sort of criteria, which is if you look in any Fire IG, there's actually a QA page that gives you some indication about things that are broken, problems, broken links, bad terminology content, and things like that. So we, as a publishing group, are sort of already looking at some of that QA content and are working, on in ongoing fashion to try and make sure that we're passing those basic QA issues. And I guess as far as our ballot process and our agreement process, that's really getting us to the point of saying the work group is happy with this profile. We really think this is now a working standard that people can pick up and use. Okay, so that is kind of one level. So we can look at each profile and decide if we're meeting that criteria. And I think as a goal, we're looking really maybe to move to FMM2, which is the next level up. So that has some further assessment, which requires us to actually say, we've seen the profiles that we've defined actually tested, in a system. This is with realistic data using the elements that we've defined. A connectathon is a place where this can happen, but any other sort of validation event where people can get together and show this actually working. So there's some sort of basis there that we are gathering some evidence of some kind that this has happened. So we want to be able to name names and say, these people turned up, these profiles were used, these elements were in action. We can show even maybe examples of what what was done, and that's something then the group can look at and go, yeah, I think we're actually meeting this level, and we can really assess that we are at this level. And there's some probably some questions about obviously we can do our own self moderation in terms of our understanding of where we think we're at in terms of the content. So we probably say, where can we get to for the R1 publication? Consider where we are, maybe after our August ballot and what we can assert there. Actually really think about how evidence could be gathered to provide this stuff. Stephen?
I do have a question. Given that the both AU-based and AU core derived from the international based resource, and international based resource, a lot of them are either at level 5, maturity level 4, and level 3. What does it mean to us if we start to sort of assess our AU file profile as level 1 or level 0? So does it mean that we are actually sort of making it worse?
Oh, yeah, because I think all we're doing is really looking at our profile and our usage in context of what we consider to be, like, Fire is in charge of their own maturity model. So we are essentially utilizing, and that definition is the Fire resource definition. The Fire resource has a maturity level attached to it. If you're implementing this standard, you should be looking at that too, in terms of the underlying resource, and deciding if that resource is at a normative level. You can expect that the Fire resource itself won't change a lot. However, that also implies that the resources won't change on you whilst you're in one version of Fire, right? So R4 is going to be R4 forever, as far as what's published there. However, we do have an R5 and an R6 coming, right? So effectively, when as a group, we would have to decide when we want to move to R5 and R6. In terms of the actual underlying Fire standards. So we're kind of living in a world where that maturity level of the underlying resources is built in to our work, because we are essentially accepting those definitions. From an AU-based perspective, again, essentially that's a Fire workgroup problem. So the Fire workgroup needs to assess the maturity levels. There's already maturity levels assigned to AU-based content. Again, I think this is something that the Fire workgroup needs to assess in terms of the AU-based content and its position on all of those maturity levels. And when we look at AU Core, we're really just looking at the concerns we have with our own profiling. So it's really the maturity of our profiles that we're assessing independently of all the other things. So so if you think this, so I think there's obviously a dependency, and it's fine to say we're normative, but everything we rely on is not. But I think there's probably some consideration of that, where we have to really think about that in terms of what it would mean for implementers. But I think at the moment we're really looking at each of the profiles independently at each level. And so I think you need, when you're assessing expectation for change, you need to look at each of those.
Be concerned about sort of not putting out a misconception out there, so therefore people think that why would I use the AU profiles while the maturity level is sort of far worse than the international base. So that's a message management issue that we need to consider.
Yep, that's probably a good point. And I think too, though, clarifying exactly what it does mean is really important. So I think it's also something like I think the underlying Fire specification,
Given then that this doesn't directly align to the Fire maturity model, would it be better to call it something slightly different, AU Core profile maturity model? AU or something like that, because I think it's a valid point that Stephen has raised.
Yeah, because what was done?
So it sort of where can you bring up AU base?
Yeah.
And I agree with the comment. I think that was Ruben that just made. I think that's good. So what you can do when you're doing a FHIR implementation guide is profile your maturity level and then actually set that to the location, which is what is set in AU base. So that's the AU FHIR maturity levels that have been produced through. Oh, well, I suppose it's now the FHIR work group. It was the PA, the PA work group. And on AU base, if you go to any of the profiles,
yeah, let's pick.
And you'd see, yeah, pick one.
You know which one I'm going to pick.
Okay. So on there's a maturity level 3. And if you click on maturity level, that goes to the AU definition of that.
Yeah.
Which is a technique allowed in FHIR IGs.
Yeah, and it's been adjusted because these are profiles for a start, and not underlying FHIR specs. And also the FHIR maturity model is sort of built into the FHIR specification process and has some criteria there that are very oriented around that process. So this is effectively an agreed localization for our profile assessment. And but ideally it's following the same sort of principles. Yeah, Andy.
So do the AU base, would the AU core maturity be kind of less than or equal to the underlying AU base profile maturity?
That could be something. I think that would make sense in some
Do all
ways.
of the AU base profiles have a maturity?
Yep.
So yeah, it'd probably be a bit weird if the core profile, depending on it, was at a higher level maturity than the base it was profiling.
Because one of the criteria is that n number of people have independently done some stuff. Now, I'm not saying people haven't implemented AU base, but if we didn't have very many people who have specified what they've done with AU base, but they've done with AU core, could we move that up, or do we infer if people are using AU core and are on, and it's now FMM3, then AU base must by implication be FMM3 as well?
No.
Not entirely.
Yeah, because I think the element use will be maybe different than what's defined in AU base anyway. Yeah. Richard online?
Yeah. If an AU-based resource has 20 elements and only 10 of them are used in core and the others are out of scope, then you could expect that maybe those 10 elements used in AU core are at a higher level of maturity than the rest of AU base. So I would think there'll be situations where AU base could be more mature than AU core could be more mature than AU base because it only uses a subset of AU base. But that's the main way I can think of having a higher maturity in a derived profile.
Yeah.
If there's varying levels of sophistication in the different parts of the foundational profile.
I would like, because so on the slides that we had, which was good. So it's the FHIR work group who is sitting and governing, I guess, the FHIR in Australia. And I think that looking at that, you've got on one of the slides here that we were just looking at, Brett, where it's got I guess we agree on what we think those levels are, which so far I don't think we're going to run into conflict with AU base because we're quite low level here on our FMMs. But then I think we have to bring that to the FHIR work group for endorsement. But I think what we also want to seek as a technical design group is I think we want some clarity from the FHIR work group on that criteria and the relationship between the maturity levels in base and what that implies for core profiles and also the relationship with the fire standard. And if we could have that tabled and get that advice from the fire work group, I think that would be very useful.
Yeah, I think too, there's to me, there's actually some benefit in saying each level has its own maturity assessment. And because in AU base, like we don't necessarily consider the underlying fire resource maturity level because it is fixed. It is R4, right? So we know R4 is not going to change. So until we decide to go to R5, it's not really, we can independently assess our maturity level. And the question is, can we do that with AU Core? I think there's a lot more interchange between AU Core and AU Base, and maybe that's not something we want to do and get ahead of AU Base. But I think this is all good to consider, and it's kind of a new problem for us because we haven't really had to deal with these downstream IGs from AU Base and trying to assess maturity before. So I think, yeah, obviously it'd be good for us to kind of, I think at the moment, really looking at the specs and assessing against the criteria is kind of a really good thing to do. And obviously, and I think that sets the goals as well in terms of the kind of level we're trying to achieve. And if you look at the FMM 0, FMM 1 and 2, I think we're kind of at that level. And and I think we should probably be good to, and this is really a fire work group problem as well, is probably assess, what does evidence look like? How do we even assess that? Is it some sort of reporting mechanism? Do we need to formally fill in a form? What's actually needed to assess that evidence? Or is it more informal than that? Or is there somebody in charge of assessing that? And these are all kind of process questions, I think. But we'd like to kind of build that up, I think, and work out, what's the governance arrangement around this? So how does that maturity level get approved? And I think it operates at multiple levels. So I think the TDG itself needs to assess itself and the profile use and things like that, gather its evidence. It'd be nice if you knew what that form that had to take, and then be able to bring that to the fire work group and have the fire work group, assess that you're meeting that criteria. They're happy with the content, and of course this stuff is also essentially part of the ballot material, so anyone can complain about that as well in a ballot item if they have some disagreement. So I think it would, but obviously if there's an unsubstantiated fire maturity model asserted, it's very like if somebody came and said, I don't agree with this maturity model, I'd like to say, oh, well, here's the folder that's got all the evidence and this is how we assessed it. And that's why we think it's at that level. And, I think as much as anything, it's being able as a group to say what is actually needed to give a particular level and try and make that a little bit more systematic and have some rules to it. Yeah, so that's pretty much the overview. So that's probably the state of the world, but I think this will become, as we especially go to August, trying to actually assess where we are and how we're going to publish. That's one thing. And obviously after August, we'll have another ballot resolution. There'll be a version published out of that, and that may also have, we may increase maturity level based on connectathon results and the outcome of the resolution as well. But I think primarily we're aiming at, trying to get to FMM level 2, which is really just, this is not only implementable, I've actually seen somebody implement it, and we've got some details. More? Oh. Easy. Oh, okay, good. Do you want to say anything about this one, Danielle? Because it's kind of, this is.
Because I mean, this is essentially what we've been doing, what we've been going through in AU Core, which is in talking about where the activities we've been undertaking, and that for the content in AU Core, I think you're right. I think we are in that FMM1 kind of phase, and we need to assess that as the technical design group and go, can we assert that for now what's remained in scope of R1, and to get that confirmation from the fire work group which looking at the level for FMM1, which is simply the lack of QA errors and the assertion of the responsible work group, I would assume that having the meeting records and obviously the QA.html would be the evidence for that, for the fire work group. I don't think there's really anything else that's necessary.
Yep.
And then the other things I think we need to undertake to, and that we are going to be undertaking to go through to FMM2 is, so, well, we've already had the ballot for comment, basically, and going through and resolving those. And we are going to be undertaking some testing activities coming up. We've already had a couple of connectathons. There is going to be one in August, but there is going to be some specific testing events coming up looking with implementers to actually go through and try and test what is now in AU Core R1, so we can get that feedback that's test driven into the change requests and bring that through the technical design group, have those reconciled, and then go out in our ballot for working standard in August.
Yep. Yeah, and I think things like the Inferno testing and things like that are that's an evidence gathering process as well. It shows which elements are implemented by any system. It shows that it's implementable because somebody's being tested. So that's kind of one level useful set of artifacts as well. And then obviously we can have more connectathon activity, with interchange between systems and things like that as further evidence as well. So I think in some ways, I think there's having some definitions to say, oh yes, if we had Inferno reports that showed this, it shows X% of the element usage, it shows which profiles have been implemented by any particular system, and we sort of gathered that as a set of results. That'd be a really concrete way of assessing where we are. And I think as well, like FMM level 2, like what we want to get to is we really need to get to FMM2 at the end of the ballot period in August, because we want people to actually implement against that spec. So so if we're not prepared to say it's implementable at that point, that's pretty serious, and we probably need to think about why not, and and how we could deal with that. But at this point, I think, especially with the draft for comment has gone through, I think we've got a lot better understanding of the profiles, the scope, obligations, and how that's going to play out, and that can certainly be supported by testing tools and other things as well right now. So so I think that's an overview. I think we'll come back to this again, and we'll definitely be talking about specific profiles as well, and where we're at.
Yep, because what I'd like to do is put, not here, but for our next AU Core TDG meeting, to send out the proposal that we make the assessment of our profiles and assess what can be classified as FMM1, and for that to be something we do in 2 weeks' time, basically.
Yep. I think that's good.
Okay,
yeah,
thanks,
nice.
Brett. I'll start sharing. And I want to go through what we need to do for the last of our, to wrap up resolution. So let me just do that. Can people see my screen? Awesome. All right, so I'm just going to go through now what we have to do in terms of our ballot resolution next steps. So as of today, we have now finished dispositioning all our JIRA items. So that's fabulous. So we need to update those JIRA trackers now with those dispositions on what's persuasive, what's not. We will also go through and notify people on withdrawing negative vote. So we'll send out some comms on that with some instructions, and probably even go through that even at the next technical design group. We talked about it in the beginning, in the fact that that was something that can be done, and it sort of finishes off the ballot process, and we'll go through and trial that. So that's also happening. We also then need to actually go through and apply the changes that we've agreed to make. Some of that means that changes are going to come back to the TDG to confirm, because some of the things we voted on said add guidance, but let's go away, do work on it, and then bring that back to the TDG to confirm the actual profile-specific implementation guidance. I think in particular that's around allergy intolerance. There's also then closing out the ballot itself, which has its own JIRA workflow. Brett will be doing that. Thanks, Brett, working with the HL7 folks. And we want to publish that snapshot in June. And I think one of our last steps is that we need to report back to the fire work group, our governing group under HL7AU, on what we've done and the ballot process and the outcomes. And that closes out that ballot cycle for us. So that's all going to happen by the end of June. We will publish the snapshot and go through this as quickly as we can. So it'll definitely be by end of June, but hopefully a bit earlier. And then what do we need to do? Well, we're aiming for the August ballot for R1. So what we need to do in between now and the August ballot is work through and prioritise what changes we need to make and what do we want to put in to that scope that is going out to the August ballot. So there are some change requests we've not got to yet, some technical corrections, and I also think that out of today's conversation on where we currently sit with must support and obligation, that there might also be some changes raised out of that we can work through. There are some other changes to the fire IG itself that are coming in. These aren't ballot related, but they are things that are coming in from, for example, the fire work group, and that we need to include a variance page. We've talked about that in a couple of previous TDGs. We also will be incorporating the licensing and copyright statements that the HL7AU is working through now, and will be providing to, well, I guess it'll go in all the IGs, so AU Core, but also AU Base and AU PD. One of the other activities we need to do is reconcile against AU CDI R1, which will be coming out in June, and we need to look and compare against, are there any material differences between the R1 for comment that came out and that we've mapped against, and what the official version is that's published, and update against that. And we've also got some QA activities to happening. The agency has kindly agreed to be doing some QA of the fire IG in July, and we'll look to incorporate any fixes coming out of that. And the terminologists as well from CSIRO have agreed to do that. And there'll be some testing activities going on, and we'll need to incorporate going through any of the feedback that's coming out of those testing activities. And then we publish our ballot snapshot, and that is 5th of August. That's our targeted time frame, is to publish the ballot snapshot then. And here's some of the dates for the next ballot cycle. So we publish on the 5th of August, and that one doesn't actually have the ballot period on it. Whoops. Yeah, there's an earlier slide that does. Whoops. Yep, so the ballot is going to be from 12th of August to 8th of September. That's already in the calendar. If you go have a look at the HL7 calendar, the next connectathons and the ballot cycles are all on there. And so that ballot will be open then from 12th of August to 8th of September. And so reconciliation for that starts in September, with the goal to finish that at end of November. And our publication target for R1 is January 2025. Which means the interesting question, I think, is when do we start talking R2? We don't have to wait till we've published R1 to start talking what are we going to be working on in R2. I think we could possibly tackle that in December, because we will have finished ballot reconciliation, which will also include things we're going, nope, that's not in R1, that's pushed to future use. So we can start looking at that backlog and making some decisions in December, I think, if we're interested to do so.
Hello. We'll definitely have a CDIR2 draft in Jan, yeah. So yeah, it's in review, but we'll have more.
Yeah, so by
Okay.
January, there's
Yeah.
meant to be an AUCDI R2 draft. Kylie, nod if that's still the time frame. Kylie says yes. Oh, getting a microphone. Awesome.
And we would like to have that working draft type tooling available, you know, how we were trying to do that for EREC. I'm hoping that we'll have that available so that you can have it earlier as well. But yeah, definitely by January, we should have something for sure.
Cool. Because that'll help with any, if we have scope discussions, we can have a look at that. And yeah.
So those are basically our timeframes and activities coming through to the end of R1. Well, actually, I'll go back to that slide. So we've finished reconciliation. We're just going through applying those changes, cleaning that up, and then the work is to do what it is we need to do to put R1 out for ballot. And then we go through ballot and we start reconciliation all over again. So that's sort of our rough overview of the timeframes and what we're going to be working on as a technical design group over the next sort of 6 weeks is working through that material. What else did I want to go through? Brett, did you want to just really confirm for people what will have to happen to sign up for the next ballot cycle?
Hello. So last ballot cycle, we used a form to sign up for the ballot process. So that was something people just self-registered themselves using a form. Whilst that worked pretty well, we did have a lot of issues with identities in JIRA, logins, permissions, and related issues. So I believe a lot of those problems were eventually solved as part of the draft process. However, it was very late for some people and they didn't get to use their voting rights. So to try and combat that a bit for anyone new signing up, but also even for existing people that have voted before, the idea is that we would actually set up a sign-up process using JIRA. So you would need to log into JIRA to be able to sign up for the ballot. So you'll be able to select which ballots you're going to be working in, indicate which organisation you are signed up as a HSN Australia member with, or an individual membership, and then that will be used as the basis of forming the ballot pool and enabling you to vote. So that should hopefully get around people not having JIRA accounts, or enabled being able to log into their JIRA accounts, or mismatched emails on their JIRA accounts, which was a whole bunch of issues. So yeah, that information on what that will be will come out soon. So at the moment, I'm getting that prepared to be able to be used, and we'll probably be trialing it out with a few people just to go through the process. That's the main thing for that, I think.
All right, before we move on, any questions then about some of those timeframes, or I guess what will happen with the next ballot cycle, noting that there will be comms coming up about that. All right, so I think really we want to finish off the day by talking about what is very immediately next, like when is our next meeting? We had been running Conformance Fridays, and in fact, we scheduled that just in case we need another ballot meeting is next Friday. I don't think we need it. I think we can cancel it. Does anyone have any objections to cancelling that Friday meeting next Friday? Fantastic. Okay, let's cancel that. So that means our next meeting, which is a fortnightly meeting, so that's in a fortnight. So that is the 30th of May. There's also one which was a conformance Friday on the 31st of May, the next day. And I'm suggesting we cancel that one actually as well. And that we reconfirm, I guess, on the 30th of May, if we do actually want to keep any of the further conformance Fridays. But I would strongly suggest that we cancel the 31st of May unless there's something that people want to talk about or raise for that meeting. Hang on, Heath, let me give you the mic.
I guess given the discussions that we've had today, is it worth us at this point in time trying to pursue this conversation? I don't know whether we want, I guess it's an open process and all that, but yeah, I guess it just, I don't know how productive it will be for those that perhaps aren't overly interested in the details. Other than bringing people along for the ride.
Well, what topics are you thinking that we might progress?
Yeah, maybe it's not ready. We're not ready for it yet, perhaps. I don't know. I guess thinking about these other actors, some of Andy's concerns around how e-requesting is going to use AU core profiles, obligations, etc. It does seem like we haven't quite worked it all out yet.
Well, let's put Andy on the spot. Andy, do you want to start, I guess, working through some of those concepts in e-requesting in relationship with AU core and obligations in like the 31st of May? Or just sort of let things maybe pan out at some future point?
I think we've got other things to work on before we get to this kind of level. My comment was more on, because I think this is really good as a reflection into e-requesting on things that we need to consider, but we've pushed a whole bunch of things about obligations to the side for the minute, just to concentrate on do actually the foundations are in place before we get up to the nuances of obligations associated with them. I think what I was more interested in is really that more the starting point for considering and having a discussion around the obligations of resource creators and resource consumers, and that we have those coexisting. This has kind of created a discussion for half of the story. It I think would help the requesting kind of to make sure that they have a balance of that kind of thing, because it's and I think I was confused to start with. I thought it was trying to cover it all, but as you say, it's only covering half the story, and that is interesting for that half of the story, but it's the other bit that needs a discussion.
And I guess that's where I started to stutter. I was thinking about having that conversation around the additional actors that are required, but then came back to perhaps a flyaway or throwaway comment that Danielle said, which was R2, and whether it was too early for that conversation yet.
Well, I would suggest, because we still have a conformance Friday for the 13th of June, then that we could still cancel the 31st of May, give ourselves a couple of conformance Friday breaks, and then confirm if we do have this topic and we are ready to start progressing this, maybe even it's as joint core and requesting crowd.
It's the 14th.
It's the 14th of June?
14th is Friday.
Whoops. Okay, so that should say 14th of June, but it's in plenty of time. You'll get a meeting invite. It's in your calendars, I'm sure, already. So how about we do that? So I'll just call again
One thing that I have noticed by diving into the capability statements is that we've got these may statements around create, update, and delete. Is that something that we just fix, change requests, or is that something we need to discuss in the context of the bigger picture?
I'm very attached to having them in there, and I can talk about why if you'd like, because if we take them out anyway, it means exactly the same thing, but it's in there for structural integrity of the underlying capability statement.
But if we create a new actor that is about writing data, we're overlapping.
Yeah. It's all of its stuff. If you don't prohibit it is may anyway. That's how things work. If you don't prohibit, everything's allowed.
Anyway, it's that kind of discussion, I guess, that maybe is worth having earlier than later, is certainly before we publish.
We want that to be the 31st of May. I guess that's the topic is do we keep the 31st of May and start having those conversations on the 14th of June?
I'm not fussed about the date, but I think we absolutely have to have those conversations about the current actor and those mays. So at least we understand what the position is on it, but I'm not fussed about the date.
So are there any objections to cancelling the 31st of May? Excellent. Cancelled.
If we don't have the discussion on the 31st of May, will we have enough time to make the necessary changes if we decide that there are changes required before we publish R1?
I doubt even if we started today, we have enough time. If you're talking about a substantive introduction of a new actor and a whole building out of a set of capabilities, I would venture that's
not what it's more about the existing ones and making sure that it's not setting us up to be conflicting in the future or confusing in the future.
so. To the motion I was, I guess, making on cancelling the 31st of May or not, you're objecting to that and you would like to hold a meeting. Okay, let's hold a meeting. So we've no longer cancelled the 31st of May. Uncancelled, yes. Thank you, Brett. We've uncancelled it. Okay, so we've just cancelled the 24th of May. I'll see you all on the 30th of May, and Heath will definitely be there on the 31st of May to tell us what we need to be talking about. No, you can't say you're not going to be there now. All right. So that actually is it, folks. That's all we really had to go through at that very end was working out when do we meet next. And we've done it. So fantastic. Job us. Richard, you had a hand up?
No, I was trying to clap and click the wrong one.
No worries. Here's the ubiquitous code for register for Sparked if you haven't already. If you want to come join us in our TDG meetings and get into talking about capability statements, actors and so forth, there it is. And otherwise, thanks everyone. We'll stop the recording and you will post all this on our HL7 Confluence onto the meeting minutes like we always